that for various reasons. One reason is that if you have an organisation that is as important to the community as the post office is, then the people have got to be able to have proper control over it if the people own it. And there's a sort of democratic deficit that is popping up here if the government is refusing to take responsibility for it. And also, I know that Mr. Henry has been talking about the risks of owning a dangerous dog. You cannot say that the dangerous dog has an arm's length relationship with you if the dangerous dog behaves badly. So the whole process of arm's length control is a worrying one, it seems to me.
That can come down, thank you. Much later on in the chronology, and this is paragraph 106 of your witness statement, you say that after the publication of the Second Sight interim report of July 2013, the then Minister Joe Swinson, in the event, decided to make a statement in which she again emphasised the arm's length nature of the relationship between the post office and its owner, the government. I think you say that in your view that was essentially the same position being taken as we see in this letter here in 2009.
Yes. I don't know when this arm's length arrangement started, but it was one that moved from the Labour government to the coalition government and carried on into the subsequent Conservative government, yes.
Can we turn to 2011 and early 2012, please? I'm going to skip over some other events, in particular your meetings with Joe Hamilton and with David Bristow, a meeting and correspondence with Ed Davey in 2011, the BBC Inside Out piece presented by Nick Wallace, and your conversation with Alice Perkins at a conference at Ditchley Park. And instead, may I pick up the narrative, please, with letters that you wrote to Moya Green, the then Chief Executive of Royal Mail Group, and again to Ed Davey, the then Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Business Innovation and Skills. Can we start with the letter to Moya Green and a reply that you got from Paula Venables, then Managing Director of Post Office Limited? So let's start with your letter. Poll 0010 5483. Again, if we can blow that up a little bit, please. This is you writing on the 15th of December 2011 to Moya Green, the Chief Executive of Royal Mail Group plc. And you say, I have been contacted by a number of constituencies living in Odiham in Hampshire who are most upset by the fact their local post office has been closed and that a long-standing employee, Paul Kemp, has been dismissed due to irregularities. And just stopping there, you're referring there, I think, to a second sub-postmaster who had replaced Mr. Bristow, who had himself in turn been dismissed from the Odiham branch.
Precisely. Mr. Kemp did not himself approach me, but my constituents in Odiham did, because they were worried about losing the post office in Odiham.
And I think you tell us in your statement that this gave rise to a number of concerns that, in particular, you considered that it could not simply be a coincidence that two sub-postmasters in quick succession at the same branch would be dismissed by the post office over alleged shortfalls.
As well as the sub-postmistress in the next door village of South Warnborough. Actually, there was something at the back of my mind which continued to trouble me, which was the number of these people who were being told you are the only person this is happening to. And that struck me as being profoundly wrong, because at first it was obviously disprovable. They were not the only people it was happening to. Second, it was isolating those sub-postmasters and sub-postmistresses so they could not get support from others in the same position. And third, it had an element of intimidation about it, all of which set the post office and its way of operating with its sub-postmasters in a bad light. And that was at the back of my mind, even though I didn't put that in this letter.
I've skipped over your meetings with Mr. Bristow and Joe Hamilton. You tell us in your witness statement that at a personal level, in the light of seeing them face to face, which is what you had done, you formed a view of them, that they were transparently honest people with integrity.
Yes, absolutely.
And that in your judgment, it was vanishingly unlikely that they were the type of people who would have done what was alleged against them.
Yes, completely.
Carrying on, you say, I'm most concerned on a number of fronts. First, my constituents tell me that this case appears to be a continuation of the problem that post office employees have been having with the software system that reconciled takings. I'm aware of 34 individual employees throughout the country who feel they have been wrongly accused of fraud due to faults with this particular system, and a meeting with them in the new year to discuss what action they plan on taking. You may recall that this case was brought to my attention in 2008, I think that should actually be 2009, when the sub-postmistress from South Warnborough, that's Joe Hamilton, in Hampshire faced the same situation. It's not been rectified, a situation which does not bring credit to the Royal Mail. I'm also writing to the Minister to make him aware of this, and we'll look at that in a moment. And then you deal with a separate point about the closure of the branch in Odiham. Overall, in this letter, you were raising the Horizon issue, not just in the context of the Odiham post office, but as a much broader point. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Can we look at the reply, please? Poll 0010 7698. Thank you. Thank you for your letter of the 15th of December addressed to Moya Green. That's the one we've just looked at. As Managing Director of Post Office Limited, Moya has asked me to reply to you direct. And if we look at the foot of the page, over the page, we can see that it's a letter from Paula Venables.
Yes.
And then back to page 1. So 9th of January, Paula Venables is writing back to you. The first page of this letter is about the last paragraph of your letter, about the opening and closing of the branch in Odiham. So I'm going to skip over all of that because it's about whether and in what circumstances there should or should not be a post office at Odiham. And then over the page, Ms. Venables addresses the wider issue that you raised. Turning to your more general comments about the Horizon system, we handle large sums of public money as well as the money entrusted to us by the 20 million people who visit our 11,500 branches each week. There are a small number of previous and existing sub-postmasters, including Mrs. Hamilton, who used to run the South Warnborough post office, who allege that financial discrepancies at their branch are due to a fault with the system. We're also aware of the activities of a group called Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance, JFSA. There's been no evidence to support any of the allegations, and we have no reason to doubt the integrity of the system, which we remain confident is robust and fit for purpose. She hopes that that has clarified the position. You described this in your witness statement as being given the brush off.
Yes.
You say in your witness statement that the sub-postmasters that you had met seemed to you to be transparently honest.
Yes.
That there was no suggestion that the introduction of a new computerized accounting system had thereby uncovered previously hidden fraudsters.
No.
And if anyone had made such a suggestion, you would have given it short shrift because of the self-evident honesty of the sub-postmasters you had met, because of the sudden rash of similar allegations shortly after the installation of a new computer system.
Yes.
And therefore you were not satisfied with being given the brush off by Paula Venables.
No, I wasn't.
Can we turn to the letter to government that you wrote to Ed Davey, UKGI 401395? You'll see he was the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State in Biz at that time, and you say, I have been contacted by a number of constituents living in Odium in Hampshire who are most upset at the fact that their local post office has been closed, and a long-standing employee, Paul Kemp, has been dismissed due to irregularities. I'd be most grateful if you would look into these matters, these related matters, a matter of urgency. We discussed the matter some months ago. I'm most concerned that the irregularities may be a continuation of the problem that post office employees have been having with the software system that reconciled takings. I'm aware of 34 individual employees throughout the country who feel they've been wrongly accused of fraud due to faults in this particular system. You say that it's a situation that's not been rectified, a situation which does not bring credit to the Royal Mail, and you note that you're writing to Moya Green. And then you take up the point in the last paragraph about the closure of the post office, irrespective of the other issues that you raised. So in this letter, would you agree you're drawing attention to the suggestion that Horizon is to blame for the losses that are being laid at the door of the sub-postmasters?
Yes.
You're making it clear, would you agree, that this is a countrywide issue?
Yes.
And you refer to your previous correspondence. Did Mr. Davey ever reply to you?
I don't think he did, but I referred in this letter not only to my previous correspondence, but also to a face-to-face discussion at the top of the second paragraph that I'd had some time before, when I must have raised it with him. But I don't think he replied to me, probably because he was told that Paula Venables was replying to me herself.
I'm going to skip over the meeting, the early meeting between, that can come down, thank you, between sub-postmasters, shoesmiths, solicitors, and parliamentarians in Portcullis House.
Yep.
On the 27th of February 2012. That's addressed in paragraphs 37 and 38 of your witness statement, and in detailed minutes of that meeting. There's no need to display this. On SMIS 40247 at pages 4 to 7. But in short, you chaired the meeting. You
Yes.
told the sub-postmasters that you did not believe that they were anything other than honest.
Yes.
And that the post office's line, as you described it, that there was nothing wrong with Horizon, was wholly implausible.
Yes.
Is that a fair summary of the meeting?
It is.
And what was the idea of the meeting between sub-postmasters, shoesmiths, and parliamentarians.
One MP alone can't achieve much, but if there is a nationwide issue, then getting more than one MP together makes for much greater effect, as we can see.
This led, I think, to a meeting with Alice Perkins and Olwyn Lyons and you very shortly thereafter on the 13th of March 2012, is that right?
Yes.
And I want to explore briefly with you a meeting that you had with Alice Perkins and Olwyn Lyons. So the context, I think, for the meeting was a written communication, an email that you'd sent to Alice Perkins on the 23rd of February. If we can just look at that, please. Poll 00105470. And if we look at the very bottom of page 1, you say on the 23rd of February, "Dear Alice, you may remember that when we last met at, I think, Ditchley Park," that's the conference that I mentioned earlier, "I mentioned the issue of the Horizon computer system in use at sub-post offices throughout the country. And I said I had a real concern about the way some of the sub-postmasters in and outside my constituency had been treated." Then over the page. You have to skip. Thank you. "May I please come and see you about it? I know it's the position of the post office, supported by the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters, though not by the Communication Workers Union, that there's nothing wrong with Horizon. I'm deeply sceptical about this, and I hope I can persuade you to look afresh at the matter rather than accepting there should be a closing of ranks around the computer." So you end this saying you're deeply sceptical about the post office's position. There's nothing wrong with Horizon. And the purpose of the meeting that you were seeking was to persuade her to look afresh at the matter. Is that right?
Yes.
You say rather than her accepting that there should be a closing of ranks around the computer. Is that what you had thought had happened already?
Yes, it was. That's what had happened. The system was robust, we were told.
You make a point in your witness statement about the use of that word, robust.
Yes, it was clearly the line to take. There were lots of people who were told to use this word, which implied a sort of series of group thinking seminars, which led to the use of language, which is very important. And that's what they chose, robust.
And you were concerned, presumably, that that is what would continue to happen, a closing of ranks around the computer, if things were allowed to continue unabated.
Yes.
So can I turn then, with that context in mind, to the meeting itself? Poll 00105481. It's the three of you. We can see from the top, you, Alice Perkins and Olwyn Lyons. Paragraph 1, you started the meeting by explaining why you were concerned about the Horizon system and the support that sub-postmasters receive from the business when they're faced with a discrepancy in their accounts. You told us about, the minute says you told them about a recent meeting with you and another 8 MPs. That's the Portcullis House meeting that we mentioned.
Yes.
In which you had met some of the affected sub-postmasters and shoesmiths, their legal representatives. If we just scan through paragraph 2, that's Olwyn Lyons speaking. Paragraph 3, Alice Perkins inviting you to visit the model office to see how Horizon works. You in paragraph 4 making a counter proposal to come to Old Street, so offering to come to Old Street, but accompanied by a computer expert, possibly somebody from Computer Weekly. And you made the point that you put credence on their opinion because of their involvement in the Chinook helicopter crash inquiry, and that you told them that Computer Weekly had also been sceptical about Horizon. And then paragraph 5, something I just want to concentrate on. It says, it records, and this is the Post Office's own note, Alice Perkins explained that the system had been independently reviewed by several people, including the Royal Mail Internal Audit and Deloitte, who had no relationship with the business or Fujitsu. And you are recorded as saying that you were not convinced that this had been done by IT experts. From this minute, I suspect you've got no recollection of the meeting itself.
You are correct.
But from the minute, would you understand that you were being told that Royal Mail Group internal audit was independent of the Post Office?
Yes, I would have been sceptical about that independence.
And then secondly, that there was a separate audit of Horizon by Deloitte.
Yes, because there was something inherently implausible about a new computer system being completely fault-free.
Have you, to this date, ever seen such an independent audit of the Horizon system completed by Deloitte before the 13th of March 2012, when this meeting took place?
No.
We can see what paragraph 6 says. Alice Perkins offered to consider a further review of the system by an IT expert, specifically looking at the integrity of the data and discrepancy errors thrown up in sub-postmasters' balances. You said that the training was not adequate.
Which is a different point.
Yes. Introduced the issue that the sub-postmaster's contract was over 100 pages long, written in '94 when Horizon was not in place, and didn't explain the process for making good errors clearly enough. That's again a separate point. And you suggested that the sub-postmasters didn't get a copy of their contract until they had taken up their appointment, by which time it was too late to understand the full commitment they were making. And that's a yet fourth point, I think. And then we can see what's discussed in paragraphs 8 and 9, and then over the page at 10. In closing, you informed Alice Perkins that there had been discussion about an adjournment debate on the topic. What's the purpose of mentioning that kind of thing?
Well, just to say that if there were 8 MPs involved in the meeting with shoesmiths and sub-postmasters, then raising it in Parliament would be a good way of bringing publicity and ministerial attention to an issue that was clearly important.
So is it a sort of an attempt to drive action by the Post Office?
Yes, it must have been. Not that I'd ever done an adjournment debate by that stage, but nevertheless, I suppose that was what I was doing, yes.
I.e., this needs to be taken seriously.
Yes.
One of the consequences, if it's not, may be an adjournment debate.
Precisely.
Can we look, please, as matters, and I'm dealing with this part of the chronology in some detail because it may be important in due course, at a letter of the 4th of April, that in fact you weren't copied into, but can we look, please, at poll 0010, 7710. Thank you. And if we just look at the second page, please. We can see it's from Paula Venables.
Yes.
And then back to the first page. It's a letter to Oliver Letwin of the 4th of April 2012. And I just want to see whether this, what is being said by Miss Venables here, is reflective of the kind of thing that Miss Venables and other senior executives at the Post Office were saying to you at this time in the spring of 2012. Oliver Letwin, just for context, was one of the MPs who was amongst the group who was seeking to pursue this matter in the same way as you.
Yes.
Ms Venables says, Dear Oliver, I understand you raised a query on the robustness of the Post Office Horizon system yesterday with Moya Green. I'm grateful to Moya for passing this query on to me. And then Ms Venables says this, the Post Office takes very seriously any perception that there is an issue with the accuracy of the Horizon system. There isn't. The Horizon system has been rigorously tested using independent assessors and robust procedures. The independent assessors point, is that the kind of thing that was ever said to you?
Oh, probably. Although, I mean, I can't remember the words being used, but probably if that was what they were saying.
Were they ever named? I mean, we saw in the meeting that it was said that there was an independent audit commissioned or carried out by the Royal Mail Group's audit function and Deloitte's. These independent assessors, can you remember whether any other names were given?
Well, it's 12 years ago now. I can't remember whether names were used. It was the independents that I would have been interested in rather than the names.
Yes. And we'll see that there's a very firm line taken in the first part of that paragraph.
Yes. Seems odd.
And then paragraph 3. Therefore, when queries are raised, my team will work with the sub-postmasters to help to identify the problem. Very often the missing, in inverted commas, funds are a keying or balancing error that can be put right, and training given to ensure it doesn't happen again. These checks and procedures resolve virtually all discrepancies satisfactorily. So that's saying it's the sub-postmaster's responsibilities or fault, essentially.
Yes.
However, in some cases, which fortunately are very few and far between, we've had to prosecute sub-postmasters for theft or false accounting and provide evidence which substantiates our legal position. In every instance, the courts have found in our favour. Now, that's a false statement there, that in every instance the courts have found in our favour. It's just not true. Would you have known at the time that that was a false statement?
No, I wouldn't.
Would you, if a senior executive at the Post Office was writing to you on Post Office headed paper and formally as an MP and said, in every instance the courts have found in our favour, accept at face value what they were saying?
Yes, I would. I would expect public officials, as Paula Venables was, to tell the truth. However, I would have had at the back of my mind the knowledge that the Post Office had been, as a matter of almost routine, telling lots and lots and lots of sub-postmasters that they were the only ones having these problems. That would have been at the back of my mind, I think. So I might have had some question about what they were saying.
Thank you, that can come down. I'm going to skip over the meeting that you and Oliver Letwin had with Alice Perkins, the chairman of the Post Office, Paula Venables, the then CEO of the Post Office, Susan Crichton, the legal and compliance director, Leslie Sewell, the chief information officer, Rod Ismay, then head of product and branch accounting, and Angela van den Boogaard, the head of network, on the 17th of May. It's addressed in detail in paragraphs 43 to 46 of your witness statement and in a comprehensive pack prepared for the meeting. The outcome of the meeting, is this right, was that the Post Office offered to give independent forensic accountants access to the Horizon system and for the Post Office to fund such an investigation.
Yes. It was the first time I had heard the phrase forensic accountants, and I didn't know what they were, but it sounded good. It turned out to be good.
This, I think, had been something that had been suggested by Andrew Tyree MP back in the Portcullis House meeting of the 27th of February 2012.
Yes.
And so I think you were pleased.
Yes, very pleased. Partly because the offer came from Paula Venables, namely to have the forensic accountants. It was something that we wanted, but when Paula Venables offered it, we bit her hand off, as it were.
I just want to ask you for some details about what the Post Office said through its senior representatives that it was proposing these forensic accountants should investigate, so that we can see and we can compare what was proposed with what we ended up with.
Yes.
At the end of the second site investigation. Can we look, please, at poll 303 3825? This is something that I don't think you would have seen. It's a Post Office pack containing the documents set out in that index there, an agenda for the meeting, key messages that the Post Office wished to deliver.
I think I saw this when I was asked to draft my witness statement.
Yes.
Yes.
You wouldn't have seen it at the time.
I certainly didn't see it at the time.
No. So they're essentially, I think, speaking notes in large part for the meeting. And can we turn to page 3, please? We can see the key messages to be delivered by Alice Perkins under the Who column in the introductions to the meeting. Thank you for coming today. The people round the table are... We understand you raised some concerns. We take this issue very seriously. This impacts the lives of individuals, public money's at stake, so is our reputation. We're open to feedback. We'll provide you the information we have available. Our aim is to be open and transparent. We're hoping you'll find that we're handling these issues openly and fairly. Would like your advice as to how we best approach those who are sceptical. We're constantly looking at ways of improving our IT systems and support we give. And then this, our IT systems are routinely audited and our recruitment and training processes are independently reviewed so that we can make improvements. We'll be exploring in due course the accuracy of that, IT systems being routinely audited. And then reading on, we're also considering an external audit of our end-to-end processes, systems and data. I'll come back to you at the end of the meeting to get your views. Is that the offer, we'll come back to the later minute in a moment, that you were pleased about, an external audit of our end to the processes, systems and data?
No. I think that came later in the meeting. This was the introductory spiel. And so I think the key messages involving the appointment of an independent forensic accountant came later.
Just skipping through, we'll get to the end in a moment. Page 5, please. This is Leslie Sewell speaking. Third bullet point, although we recognise that Horizon is not perfect, no computer system is, it's been audited by internal and external teams. It's also been tested in the courts and no evidence of problems found of the nature suggested by JFSA. And Horizon was designed with integrity in mind from the very beginning. And then if we go on, please, to page 7. I think this is where Alice Perkins wraps up, where she comes back as she promised to do, as we saw on that first page. Second bullet point in the bottom box, we're also considering commissioning an independent audit as an assurance measure. But in the light...
That was the one.
Yeah, but in the... in light of the fact that there is no evidence that there is a problem, we need to determine if this is a good use of public money. What are your thoughts? And presumably you bit the hand off.
Yes.
What did you understand was being offered?
That there would be an independent deep dive into what had gone wrong with these sub-postmasters who had been prosecuted or made to pay money. And that was exactly what Andrew Tyree had suggested and what we needed, that somebody other than the Post Office would be looking into the workings of Horizon.
So that would involve, would this be right, looking at Horizon as an entire system, the end-to-end process involved?
Yes.
As well as other Post Office accounting procedures?
Yes. One of the things that I had raised in one of the documents you've earlier shown me was the issue of the helpline, the issue of training, the issue of the contract, and so, yes, to look into all of that.
It seems that there was an agreement to have a further meeting with a wider group of parliamentarians, and that was set for the 18th of June 2012.
Yes.
This is maybe quite an important meeting, so I want to examine it in a little more detail, if we may. Can we look, please, at JARB 601? I think these minutes were taken, is this right, by Janet Walker, your then Chief of Staff?
Yes, that's correct.
And we'll see that there are 6 MPs present, including you and Mr. Letwin, plus representatives from 3 other MPs.
Yes.
So 9 MPs in total, either present or represented.
Yes.
And then 4 Post Office people present, Miss Perkins, Venables, Vanden Bogart, and Lyons.
Yes.
And then scroll down, please. You introduced the meeting, which was limited to MPs and the Post Office personnel only. The issue of problems reported with the Horizon system has given rise to controversy dating back a number of years. Many MPs' constituents have been prosecuted for false accounting, theft and fraud, many protesting their innocence. A meeting was convened in February at the House of Commons, attended by MPs and their constituents, at which this matter was discussed. That's a cross-reference to the 27th of February meeting at Portcullis House.
Yes.
Following this meeting, you had several private meetings with Ms Perkins and her colleagues to discuss how the issue might best be approached and resolved. And that's a cross-reference to the meetings that we've just looked at.
Yes.
Alice Perkins gave background information and the Post Office's perspective and introduced her colleagues. Post Office Limited is now a completely separate entity from the Royal Mail. She arrived at the organisation in August 2011 and became aware of the issue soon after starting. She emphasised the matter was a very serious one for the Post Office, whose business rests on its reputation as being trustworthy. She said the Post Office also recognised full well that the matter was also very serious for the sub-postmasters and mistresses involved, as it was invariably life-changing. So far, so good, I think.
Yes.
And then over the page, please. She said that now was a time of enormous change at the Post Office and that it was important to give MPs confidence in the business and its reputation. Again, I think so far so good. She stated that the matter involved treading a tightrope regarding questions of money. The Post Office and its staff are stewards of large quantities of cash. The cash does not belong to the Post Office. It's in transit as it comes through the Post Office. There is the issue of trying not to put temptation in people's way, but in any retail business that is not possible. But what did you or do you understand to be the point being made there about temptation being put in people's way?
At the meeting of the 17th of May, with Oliver Letwin and me, Alice Perkins and Paula Reynolds had both raised the problem of there being lots and lots of cash lying around in unexpected places. And whether this meant that they thought that led sub-postmasters into temptation and being inherently dishonest wasn't entirely clear, but that was the issue that they were raising, I think. And we never really got to the bottom of that, but that's what she was talking about.
We then see that Ms Reynolds picks up the temptation baton and says, she said that temptation is an issue, but that trust in the Post Office as a brand is absolutely paramount. Post Office needs competent, trustworthy people on staff, and its processes and systems must be transparent and must work well. So again, at the moment, the focus, I think, is all on the honesty and trustworthiness of the postmasters.
Yes.
Of the 11,800 sub-postmasters and mistresses currently employed, only a tiny number are presenting as cases where there's an issue of alleged fraud involving the Horizon system. The problem, therefore, is relatively very small. And then I want to go through what's later said here as a series of assertions made. She said, according to the minutes, that the Horizon system is very secure. The first assertion, assertion one. Did you at this stage know whether that was true or false?
At this stage, no, I didn't. We were going to have an independent investigation to see whether that was true or not.
Did you accept what you were being told by the Chief Executive of the Post Office?
I did not accept that the Horizon system was very secure, no. That was a matter still to be investigated.
Can I turn to the second assertion, assertion two? Every keystroke used by anyone using the system is recorded and auditable. Did you know whether that was true or false?
I didn't know whether that was true or false. That was a matter still to be investigated.
Did you accept what you were being told by the Chief Executive of the Post
No.
Office? She's recorded as continuing to say, when things go wrong in a sub-post office, there's a helpline which staff can call 7 days a week during office hours, and backup staff who will help further if things go wrong. It's here that issues are normally resolved. Did you know whether that was correct, true or false, that at the helpline stage, issues are normally resolved?
I believed it was probably untrue at that stage, mostly because of the experience that Joe Hamilton had had of seeing, of telephoning the helpline, asking what to do, doing what they said, and seeing the balance that she was alleged to be owing to have doubled in front of her eyes. So that assertion struck me as being untrue.
Can we turn to the fourth assertion? It appears that some sub-postmasters have been borrowing money from the post office account or till in the same way that they might do in a retail business. But this isn't how the post office works. Post office cash is public money, and the post office must recover it if it goes missing. Did you or would you take from what is recorded as being said there that the issue, according to Ms. Venables, was with postmasters putting their hands in the till rather than with Horizon?
Well, it's clearly possible that that might have happened in some cases. But if you don't have a robust, to use the word, Horizon accounting system, you can't be sure whether it has happened. So I thought it might have happened in some cases, but to say that it happened in a lot of cases struck me as being needing to be examined and tested.
And then the fifth assertion, every case taken to prosecution that involves the Horizon system thus far has found in favour of the Post Office, assertion 5. We'll come in a moment to look at that statement, which, as I've said, is not a true statement. But did you know whether it was true or false at this time?
Well, what I knew about Jo Hamilton was that her case had been found in favour of the Post Office, and yet it was her case that I was particularly questioning. So it may have been true so far as I was aware, but I didn't place much credence in what she had said there.
Can we go to the foot of the page, please? And you'll see just in between that the minute follows largely the structure of the speaking notes that we've looked at, with Angela Van Bogart now speaking to the two case studies. It notes there that they're attached. Do you think you might have got something from that pack that we saw?
Well, they were attached. I think I did see some case notes, yes. They are somewhere around in a large bundle of papers.
Thank you. If we go to the foot of the page, Mike Wood MP asked the question that, to which an answer is given later. So we should look at the question as a whole now. Mike Wood MP asked whether anyone at the Post Office had entertained the thought that there might well be problems with the Horizon system, rather than believing that there was not. He asked whether the Post Office was saying that the system was 100% secure and 100% foolproof, making the point that it would be the first software system implemented by government to be so, were this the case. And then if we go over to the top of the next page, Andrew Brigden MP asked whether there had been any case where the discrepancy was the fault of the system. There's then a discussion where it seems there was sidetracking about the identity of the forensic accountant. And then if you see 3 boxes from the bottom there, Paula Venables said that going back to Andrew Brigden's question, there had not been a case investigated where the Horizon system had been found to be at fault. So there is then what I'm calling assertion 6. Did you know, again, it's expressed in a different way, whether that was true or false?
No.
That there had not been a case investigated where the Horizon system had been found to be at fault?
No, I didn't.
So we've seen the assertions made. That can come down, thank you. And the assurances given to 9 MPs and all their representatives. Would you agree overall this is a fair summary? The problem is that a small number of postmasters borrow money from the till. The problem is not Horizon. Every prosecution involving Horizon has found in favour of the Post Office, and not a single case existed where on investigation the Horizon system was found to be at fault.
Yes.
I think it follows that Alice Perkins, Paula Venables, Angela Vanden Bogard and Alwyn Lyons did not disclose to you and the other 8 MPs or their representatives the following. Firstly, anything about the Julie Woolston case?
No, they didn't.
In which expert evidence had been served by a man called Jason Coyne concerning bugs in the Horizon system, and which case was subsequently settled by the Post Office?
They didn't disclose that, no.
They didn't mention the case of Lee Castleton and the obtaining of a report from BDO Stoy Hayward, which had found errors in the operation of the Horizon system.
No, they didn't.
They didn't mention the acquittal of Maureen McKelvey by a jury in 2004, Mrs. McKelvey having blamed Horizon for the causing of losses of money which she was accused of stealing.
No, they didn't.
They did not mention the speedy acquittal of Suzanne Palmer by a jury in 2007, Mrs. Palmer also having blamed Horizon at trial for the losses attributable or said to be attributable to her.
No, they didn't.
A jury question directed at the Post Office to the effect of what is Mrs. Palmer supposed to do if she didn't agree the figure that Horizon had produced, which the Post Office had been unable or unwilling to answer, and an order that the Post Office pay £78,000 in costs.
No, they didn't.
They didn't mention any of the following bugs, all of which had been discovered and notified to the Post Office by this time. The Calendar Square bug, sometimes known as the Falkirk bug, operative by the Post Office's admission between 2000 and 2006, and on the findings later of Mr. Justice Fraser until 2010.
No, they didn't mention.
They didn't mention the receipts and payments mismatch bug of 2010.
No.
The suspense account bug that was operative between 2010 and 2013.
No.
They didn't mention the Dalmellington bug operative from 2010 and the fact that it was still operative at the time of this meeting.
No.
They didn't mention the Remming in bug operative in 2010 or the Remming out bugs operative in 2005 and again in 2007.
No.
They didn't mention the local suspense account bug operative in 2010.
No.
The reversals bug operative in 2003.
No.
The gyrobank discrepancy bugs operative in 2000, 2001 and 2002.
No.
They didn't mention that consideration had been given to the commissioning of an independent expert review and report on Horizon in December 2005 and again in March 2010, but that on each occasion the Post Office had decided against it, on the latter occasion seemingly on the grounds that it might be disclosable in criminal proceedings.
They didn't mention that. They
didn't mention problems with the so-called ARQ data and whether those issues should be revealed to criminal courts who are hearing criminal charges against sub-postmasters based on ARQ data and of which the Post Office have been notified?
No.
Does it follow that your state of knowledge at this time, based on what the Post Office board member and executive members were telling you, was that you were unaware of any bugs, errors or defects which had been detected in Legacy Horizon or which were then evident and emerging in Horizon Online?
Yes, I was unaware. I think we were all unaware, but Mike Wood was raising the question, is this the only absolutely perfect computer program in existence?
You were unaware of the problems with the so-called ARQ data and its presentation to criminal courts?
Yes, completely unaware of that.
So that's an appropriate moment if it's convenient to you to break in this line of questioning.
Certainly, Mr. Beer. I'll just ask you, Lord Arbuthnot, if I may. We reached the summer of 2012, and it may be that Mr. Beer will pursue this further, but just so that now that it's stuck in my mind, can I ask you this? In any of these discussions, was the role of Fujitsu mentioned at all?
It's hard to remember precisely when Fujitsu's role came up. Certainly it was raised at some stage, and I believe it had been raised before now, yes.
Right.
But I can't remember exactly when it was first raised.
But were you given a kind of summary, for want of a better description, of the role that Fujitsu might be playing in providing information which permitted the Post Office either to prosecute or take disciplinary action against sub-postmasters?
No, I don't think I was, not at this stage.
Fine. Then I won't ask you anymore, and if Mr. Beer wants to take it up, then he may. But I was just conscious that in the documents we looked at, which may only, of course, be a small representative sample, there was no reference to Fujitsu. So I just wanted what your memory was about it. Thank you. What time shall we start again, Mr. Beer?
Can we say past, please?
Yeah, of course.
So, good morning. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you, yes.
Lord Arbuthnot, in my list of 16 or 17 things that were not mentioned to you against being told that every prosecution involving Horizon had found in favour of the Post Office and that not a single case existed where on investigation the Horizon system was found to be at fault, I omitted to include one. That of Miss Nicola Arch, who was acquitted in 2000, so very early on. Was that something that was mentioned to you?
No, that was not something that was mentioned to me.
I had mentioned the jury acquittal in 2004 of Maureen McKelvey and the jury acquittal of Suzanne Palmer in 2007. That's a third jury acquittal not mentioned.
Right.
And in that list of 16, now 17 issues that were not revealed to you at the meeting that we were talking about in mid-June, does the same apply to all of the meetings that you had with senior post office managers? And by that I mean the meeting with Alice Perkins and Alwyn Lyons on the 13th of March 2012?
Oh yes, the same applies. I was not told, here is a list of bugs that you ought to take into account. No, they failed to do that.
And I might divide it into three. One is civil and criminal cases. The second is bugs. And the third is consideration in the past of independent investigations.
Absolutely. They did not do that.
And does the same apply to the meeting with Alice Perkins and Paula Venables on the 17th of May 2002?
Yes.
In all of this time, did any of them ever mention the facts and matters which I've listed, 16 or 17 of them?
No.
Now, at this, or in preparation for this meeting of the 18th of June 2012, there was also a prepared, just like the last meeting, the 17th of May 2012, by the Post Office. And I just want to look at some of the things that the senior representatives of the Post Office were intending to say, or were briefed to say, as opposed to what the minute records them as actually having said. Can we look at poll 309 6640? Can you see this is in similar format, a pack for the 18th of June meeting?
Yes.
And can we go to page 4, please? This is the part that sets out the Paula Venables briefing note, speaking note, or lines to take. And can we look at the 5th bullet point, please? Where she is briefed to say, or to include in the meeting, I am confident about the integrity of Horizon. It was built on robust principles of reliability and integrity. It has undergone many external audits, and no problems of this nature have ever been raised. And then on a technical level, one, an audit trail is created for each transaction, which means we can look at all transactions done at the counter and see what happens to them subsequently. Each transaction is protected with a digital signature to prevent change or tampering, which means that if someone was able to penetrate the many layers of security, they wouldn't be able to unlock the seal that protects the transaction. This prevents any malicious manipulation, and reconciliation processes automatically detect any problems, which mean if there is a problem, deliberate or otherwise, it will be caught on the reconciliation report. did you or would you take such a statement to mean that remote access to alter the branch accounts was not possible?
I would have taken that to mean that, yes.
Thank you, that can come down. The conclusion of the meeting was that an independent review or investigation should be undertaken.
Yes.
You address in your witness statement and the documents exhibited to it the process by which Second Sight came to be appointed. And can I just summarise and see whether this is correct, please? Firstly, Second Sight was identified by Susan Crichton of the Post Office, and that was because she had a previous connection with Ron Warmington at GE Capital.
Yes.
It was identified that it was necessary for relevant MPs and the sub-postmaster community, including Alan Bates, who was by now undertaking a leading role in representing some of the sub-postmasters, to be satisfied as to the competence and independence of Second Sight.
Yes.
And therefore, meetings took place, firstly on the 4th of July 2012 between Second Sight and 5 MPs, including you, which was essentially a species of vetting interview.
Yes.
Secondly, on the 12th of July 2012, between Second Sight, you, Alan Bates, and Kay Linnell, a forensic accountant.
Yes.
And then there was a series of exchanges of correspondence between you and Alan Bates, which I'm not going to address. But it's the long and the short of it that MPs, through your offices, started to send cases to individual cases to Second Sight after their appointment.
Yes, and although it may have been via me or my office, probably was.
And so you were a hub.
I was.
For the forwarding of such cases.
Yes.
I think it's right that your office didn't vet or decide which cases should go forward or not.
No, we would have been in no position to do so.
Can I turn to some early reporting back from Second Sight? I think it's right that in March 2013 you received some early feedback from Second Sight on the investigations that had by then taken place. And this caused a meeting to be scheduled for the 25th of March 2013 at Portcullis House. In advance, you wrote a letter to Alice Perkins on the 7th of March 2013, and I'd like to look at that, please. Poll 309 7588. So 7th of March 2013, you to Alice Perkins. And if we can blow up the text, please. As you know, I'm hosting a meeting on the 25th of March at Portcullis House about the sub-postmaster mistress issue. That's the meeting that we're going to turn to. The meeting is to take the form of an update from Ron Warmington and Ian Henderson of Second Sight on how their investigations are proceeding. I wonder if you might be free to attend, along with any of those of your colleagues that you deem it's appropriate to invite. I've invited all MPs who have constituents who've raised this matter with them. Alan Bates, who heads the Alliance for Justice of Sub-Postmasters, and Kay Linnell, who is working with him. I do not propose inviting the media. And then we can scan over the remaining paragraphs on that page. And go over the page, please. If we look, you say at the top of the page, I'd like to raise two matters, and these are things that may need a conversation between you and me before the meeting. In my discussions with Ron and Ian, I gather that questions have been raised over the absolute integrity of Horizon, though without there being so fundamental as to say that the system is not fit for purpose. Since it is a system that remains in current use, there's a risk that existing sub-postmasters and mistresses may find themselves in exactly the same position as those whose cases are being investigated. I know definitive results are not yet available, but I hope Post Office will be ready to address this issue. I think it follows from that you had by that stage received information from Second Sight that questions over the absolute integrity of Horizon were being raised by them, Second Sight.
Yes.
In the last
Well,
paragraph.
not necessarily by them. Questions were being raised, at least in the presence of Second Sight, possibly by Second Sight, or possibly both.
I understand. You say in the last paragraph that you're impressed beyond expectations with not only in how the investigations are proceeding, but of your continuing support. You could not recall a more important campaign, nor one where the end result has been so consistently supported by all parties involved. You have my gratitude and admiration for how the Post Office is handling this. You tell us in your witness statement that at the early stages of the Second Sight investigation, you believed, and this is my summary, not yours, that the Post Office was entering into the enterprise in good faith.
Yes.
Did that remain your belief?
By this stage, yes. By the time I wrote this letter, I certainly did believe that.
We'll come later to the when seeds of doubt started to be sown.
Yes.
But can you identify in summary what those seeds were and when they occurred?
The summary of the seeds of doubt arose through my initial fears about the Post Office's approach to the truth in terms of telling people like Joe Hamilton that you're the only person that was involved. But let's ride over that. There was a degree of legal battlefield that arose. There was a degree of delay in providing Second Sight with information. There was a degree of delay in providing the documents that the Post Office had promised to give Second Sight, being absolutely open and transparent, and yet they weren't. There was a slowness, a secrecy, a general slowing everything down that worried me.
I think it's right to say that the Post Office did not react well to this letter that you wrote them.
I think it is right to say that.
Can we look at what you say about that in your witness statement, please, at page 42? Page 42, paragraph 80, please. Foot of the page. You say, my letter caused strong pushback from the Post Office, and on the 19th of March there was a meeting between myself and Alice Perkins. It appears from a speaking note that Janet Walker, that's your Chief of Staff, wrote for me for a telephone call on the 20th of March between myself and Ian Henderson, that at the meeting of the 19th of March, over the page, Alice Perkins said, amongst other things, that the Post Office didn't believe anything was wrong with Horizon, that they were very concerned that any opinion being formed by Second Sight at this stage was being communicated, that Second Sight should not be expressing an opinion, not least as the Post Office hadn't had a right of reply, that there was a limit to the Post Office's willingness to continue funding investigations, that it seemed that there would be some sort of deadline for cases of the end of February, and that the Post Office would not attend the meeting of the 25th of March, but there would be an open letter from the Post Office available for distribution at that meeting, and that the Post Office would expect to be ready to attend a meeting with MPs in perhaps June. Lord Arbuthnot, I don't understand. Can you help me? I thought the Post Office had said they wanted their systems, processes and data independently assessed.
Yes, with absolute openness and transparency. I didn't understand it either. I was a bit surprised because I thought my letter to the Post Office of the 7th of March had been rather a nice one. So
they'd said that they were invested in securing the truth and that they wished to be open and transparent with sub-postmasters and with the public. And yet here was the chairman saying to you that the independent investigators should not communicate their opinions, that their funding may be withdrawn, and that they were pulling out of a meeting.
yes, which didn't sit well with the way that Second Sight had been appointed, which was almost a joint exercise between the Post Office and the MPs and the JFSA. And yet it seems that the Post Office was saying that Second Sight were not to talk to us, which seemed to us to be odd and wrong.
So the meeting went ahead without you, with you, with other MPs, with the JFSA and with Second Sight, but without the Post Office.
Yes.
And we've got your speaking notes for that meeting, your Chief of Staff's minutes of that meeting, and Second Sight's speaking notes. I just want to look at the last of those, which is JARB 5047. These are the Second Sight notes for the meeting of the 25th of March 2013. There is a summary in the first, second, third and fourth paragraphs. And then scroll down, please. Then at the foot of the page, they, Second Sight, recall that the fast-track review process had identified the following 7 issues as being a significant feature in one or more of the cases submitted. Transaction anomalies following communications or power failures, rogue transactions not entered by sub-postmasters or their staff, missing or duplicated transactions associated with postage labels, phone cards, gyro payments, ATMs or checks, training and support issues, loss of transaction audit trails being available to sub-postmasters, accounting issues at the end of the trading period, and the contract between the Post Office and sub-postmasters. And then if we go over the page, please. They said the investigation is progressing well. A number of difficult issues have been satisfactorily resolved, and an excellent working relationship has been established with both JFSA and Post Office. Second Sight has regular meetings with senior representatives of the Post Office and is grateful for the support the Post Office is providing. The investigation is complex and involves looking at events that occurred over a long period of time, some cases 7 or 8 years. We're still at the evidence gathering stage, particularly for cases submitted in the last few weeks. Too early for us to reach even preliminary conclusions on the matters under review. This is a fact-based investigation involving complex information technology. It's important to allow all relevant parties to submit evidence on the matters under review. The 7 features that we saw on page 1, did you understand these to be established or findings by Second Sight at that point? Or is that to be qualified by what's said in this penultimate paragraph here?
I thought that they were things that required further work.
It seems that in turn, what was said at the meeting caused concern with JFSA. And can we look, please, at Mr. Bates' letter of the 1st of April 2013, JARB 5049. This is a letter to you from Mr. Bates. He says, having had the opportunity to reflect on the meeting at Portcullis House, that's the one we're talking about, I thought it important to convey to you the concerns that both Kay Linnell and I took from the Second Sight report and the briefing document they produced for the meeting. That's the one we've just looked at.
Yes.
Whilst every individual's case is extremely important to that individual, it's also doubly so in the weight that it adds to the systemic failures with Post Office and their Horizon system. These are issues which we at JFSA have been raising for years, and having closely worked with Second Sight over the last few months, we can see that they too have independently arrived at the same conclusions through their analysis of the cases. We can neither understand why Second Sight was so reluctant to bring the systemic failures to the fore at the meeting, nor see why the focus of the investigation has not now been centred on them. These systemic failures are proven facts. They're at the root of most of the sub-postmaster cases. Although from the Second Sight briefing document, it seems that they are only going to be treated as an adjunct to the issue of the cases, to the point of where only the first 3 they list may be featured in their forthcoming report. The items I'm referring to from their document are, and then he lists the 7 of them. We fully appreciate that more work has to be undertaken to draw together the descriptions of each of the systemic failures recognised so far and the others known about, but for whatever reason not appearing on the list. Yet the work involved would be minor in comparison to labouring through the individual cases first. These systemic failures are also for others to comprehend without the requirement of an in-depth knowledge of the finer points. These systemic failures should now become the yardstick that the individual cases are measured against. That approach will be quicker and far more effective method of addressing the whole issue and would minimise the information required from POL, which is the main cause of the slow progress of, that Second Sight has made with the individual cases. There does seem to me far too much sensitivity in not requiring the Post Office to address these systemic failures now, rather than waiting until a report is produced later in the year. In your estimation at the time, were these fair points that Mr. Bates was making?
It was probably beyond my technical understanding of the way Horizon worked, but I thought that these were points which certainly needed to be answered both by Second Sight and by the Post Office. There was at some stage a dispute about the meaning of the word systemic, and Second Sight used it eventually to mean a system-wide set of problems, whereas Alan Bates was using it to mean a problem with the system, wherever it struck. And the Post Office grabbed the most favourable to them meaning of the word systemic, and Alan Bates pursued the least favourable to the Post Office use of the word systemic.
Did you gain any sense at this time of whether the Post Office's intervention by the letter from Alice Perkins and the refusal to attend the meeting, the strong pushback that you mentioned earlier, had itself had an effect on the strength of view that Second Sight held, or at least the way it was prepared to present such views?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking there. I did think that this was the first time that the Post Office had really objected to what Second Sight was doing, and that might well have a consequence on Second Sight.
Thank you. I think that answers the question. You had a telephone conference call with Paula Venables as a consequence of this, for which your Chief of Staff prepared a briefing or speaking note. Can we look at that, please? JARB 5052. The call's at the request of the Post Office following the meeting on the 25th of March. The Post Office is nervous that the MPs are wanting individual cases resolved rather than following the existing approach taken by Second Sight. An earlier meeting with Alice Perkins demonstrated the concern the Post Office had been shown no evidence of problems with Horizon. Final paragraph of this note, Second Sight to Alan Bates, indicates that they may have found something. I should have said that you tell us in your witness statement that you believe that the conversation with Paula Venables went much along the lines of this briefing note. Can we go to the second page, please? And the foot of the page, please. So you're here rehearsing, Mrs. Walker is rehearsing for you the contents of an email exchange between them and Alan Bates under paragraph 2. You've mentioned, quote, numerous miscarriages of justice, and it's pretty clear that James has also focused on that, as has Post Office's top management. You, Kay, Ian and I all know how much reliance has been placed on the courts, criminal and civil, on the Post Office's assurance, such as, quote, there is no remote access to the system or to individual branch terminals which would allow accounting records to be manipulated in any way. As you know, Alan, several of the spot reviews have presented what appears to be evidence that completely undermines and disproves statements like that. I'm pretty certain that in the event that even one of those spot reviews, for example 5, the Bracknell basement Rodkin one, turns out to be irrefutable, then James will completely understand the implications, as I'm sure will Pole's senior management. Was that issue mentioned by you on the call to Paula Venables?
Well, it's hard to be sure of what was said, 10 years ago in a call, but it was a very important issue, and I would have thought it probably was, yes. Remote access would have completely undermined the Post Office's position.
And why so?
Because if Fujitsu or the Post Office can manipulate a sub-postmaster's accounts without the sub-postmaster knowing about it, then how can you prosecute that sub-postmaster for something which could not be provably down to the sub-postmaster? It might have been an action by the Post Office or by Fujitsu. It would, I think, completely undermine the question of the standard of proof required in a criminal trial.
So for you, was it an important or an unimportant matter?
It was central to the entire business.
And so this isn't a record of the call, it's not a minute made of the call, it's a briefing for the call.
Yes.
And in this part of it, it's not a narrative of what to say, it's a recitation of an email of about 10 days before
Yes.
between Second Sight and Mr. Bates, but referring to the Bracknell basement Rudkin spot review. Your evidence, as I understand it, is you believe that this issue of remote access was mentioned, addressed in the call with Paula Reynolds.
I think it would have been, yes.
Can you not go any further than that in saying the detail that, in fact, you mentioned?
I can't go any further than that because it may well be that at this stage, the Bracknell basement Rudkin issue was something which Second Sight was still trying to get final proof about. I can't remember whether at this stage the post office was still denying that that meeting had ever taken place and that Second Sight were trying to get email evidence. I can't remember exactly when that was resolved.
Can we turn to a new document, please? Poll 3098379, which is the post office's minute of the call.
When you say new, Mr. Beard, do you mean very recently disclosed?
I mean new to Lord Arbuthnot.
Right, fine. Just so that I'm clear. Thank you.
I don't think you had this when you made your witness statement.
No, I didn't. But I did. I was shown it this morning before I came in, and I think it may show that, if we go down a bit, it may show that the Rudkin issue was raised.
Yes, so this is, just to be clear, we've looked at your briefing notes for the purposes of the call. We've seen the Rudkin issue, I'll call it in summary, mentioned in it, and we've heard what your recollection is. Can we look, please, at page 2 of the post office's note of the call and look 4 bullet points in. I think that's a separate issue.
Yes, but if you look at 6 bullet points in, you get to what you want, I think.
Yes, you're quite right. Yes, I meant to ask about 4 bullets point in because it's the run-up to the conversation in bullet point 6. We can just start at 4. JFSA raised a concern with James that the post office is continuing with prosecutions despite the review taking place, predicated on the view that there is, quote, nothing wrong with Horizon. You did not think that we should be prosecuting on that basis, i.e. the post office should be prosecuting on that basis. And then Ms. Reynolds says, I think because Second Sight have made noises about finding something. And she is recorded as promising to you to get back on that point. On that point, was it your view that the work of Second Sight affected the propriety of continuing to prosecute?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because of the standard of proof required in a criminal prosecution. You need to be sure that the criminal activity has been done by a sub-postmaster accused as opposed to having been done by somebody else.
And then the 6th bullet point, which is linked to the 4th, you're recorded as saying we should not go ahead, i.e. I think the post office should not go ahead with prosecutions, presumably, until the post office can prove that there is no remote access to the system or branch terminal which can change the sub-postmaster's account. He did not say so, but I think Second Sight have suggested this. Does that help you to recollect with how the conversation went?
Well, if I certainly wouldn't question that I raised that if this is what their minute says. No, I must have raised it as they say I did. I think I would not have told Paula Venables that Second Sight had suggested it, but it was something that I think Andrew Bridgen had been raising consistently because his constituent was Michael Rudkin.
But this, in any event, is a record of, I think, Ms. Venables noting that Second Sight had suggested that there could be remote access to the system or a branch terminal which could change the sub-postmaster's account.
She was saying that they might have done.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've seen that can come down, thank you, that one of the points that the Post Office was taking at this stage in the narrative was that Second Sight should not be saying anything to anyone unless and until the Post Office had had the opportunity to respond to the points that Second Sight was putting to the Post Office.
Yes.
And I just want to look at what Second Sight was saying to you about that. JARB 5053. This is an email the next month on the 12th of June from Ron Warmington of Second Sight. And he says, I'll send a proper response to your latest email later today. I don't think we'll need your help in getting the Post Office to respond to the spot reviews. They are responding, but you're not yet in a form that will really work in our interim report or in the 8th of July meeting. They are still, understandably I suppose, incredibly defensive, and nobody at the levels producing the responses is ready to give an inch. They probably fear it will be career death to concede any failings whatsoever. We have consistently and clearly asked for short, easy to understand, honest and complete answers to the assertions that we have put forward. What we are getting are highly technical, multi-page responses that will appear to many to have been crafted so as to avoid actually giving any answers to those assertions and allegations at all. Without wishing to burden you with the detail, the attached is a pretty good example and shows my exasperation in trying to get them to, in capital letters, answer the blasted questions. Was this email that you received here and what Second Sight were then saying about the Post Office's approach at this time a recurrent theme?
I think it was, particularly the use of the word defensive.
Thank you, that can come down. You've addressed in your witness statement, it's paragraphs 100 to 105, alongside numerous contemporaneous documents exhibited to that part of the statement, the issues arising from the publication of the Second Sight interim report on the 8th of July 2013. And say for one point, I'm not going to explore that. The exception is the role of Second Sight in relation to criminal cases. Can we just turn up paragraph 142 of your witness statement, please? which is on page 75. And we're jumping forwards significantly here. We're into January 2014, but it's the background to the questions that I'm going to ask you. This is a conversation that happened with Paula Venables on the 28th of January 2014. And you say, she then said that Second Sight would not be advising the Post Office on criminal cases or prosecution policy, as they were forensic accountants and not lawyers. I believe at the time this struck me as wrong. It was at odds with what she just said about not restricting Second Sight's ability to investigate the issues with Horizon. Accountants in their training and work have a great deal to do with criminal cases and prosecution. And then there's some other material. In relation to the first part of the Second Sight work, what was your understanding and expectation of the extent to which Second Sight could investigate cases that had resulted in criminal proceedings or a criminal conviction?
My understanding was that they could have the complete openness and transparency that Paula Venables had promised me and access to any documents that they considered to be relevant, including documents that were confidential, in order to get to the bottom of the issues that the Post Office told us they wanted to get to the bottom of.
And that they, in that sentence early on, any documents that they considered relevant means any documents that Second Sight.
Second
is
Sight,
that right?
Second Sight considered relevant.
Can we look? Can we go back in the chronology then to July 2013 and look at the notes of a meeting that you held in Parliament on the 8th of July 2013 after the publication of Second Sight's interim report. It's poll 302 9664. I think this is a meeting after the publication that day of the interim report between Second Sight, Alan Bates, Caelan L. Shoesmith and a number of MPs. Can we look, please, at the bottom of page 3? Can we scroll down? Thank you. Right at the bottom. And Andrew Brigden MP asked Second Sight if they believed the issues they'd identified had an impact in relation to the historic convictions. And then over the page, please. Second Sight said that was a legal question which they were not qualified to answer, and they did not consider it was appropriate to express an opinion. They have to present facts, and it's for others to consider the impact on any historic cases. Firstly, would you agree with Second Sight's characterisation of the limitations of their professional expertise?
I'm not sure I would, really. The key issue with the appointment of Second Sight was that they were going to have to look at a number of different issues: computer programming, accountancy, the legal implications arising out of those things. And the key issue was that they should be independent of the Post Office. And so I had rather greater faith in Second Sight's legal expertise than it seems they did. And particularly since they had discovered a potential prosecution of Joe Hamilton on the basis of theft when there was no evidence. They had raised that. And that was an ethical issue which seemed to have passed by the post office lawyers who ought to have picked it up. So second sight's limitations in their own minds on their own ability was not something that I would have accepted.
As a separate issue, accepting the limitations that they themselves accepted, would that, in your view, have amounted to a proper bar in investigating the facts of any cases that had ended up as prosecutions or convictions?
No. I don't think... I mean, what we had been promised was total transparency and total openness. Second Sight were the independent investigators going into the post office to achieve that total transparency and openness. They were the people to look into these things, and so I wasn't prepared to accept any bar on what they were looking at.
Can I just take you to their engagement letter with the post office, please? Poll 50213. This is moving on to the second part of the enterprise, the ICRMS, but may tell us something about the earlier part of the enterprise too. Can we look at page 6, please? And clause 5.1, if you scroll down. In providing the services, Second Sight shall, over the page please, act with the skill and care expected of qualified and experienced accountants. It's acknowledged that matters relating to criminal law and procedure are outside Second Sight's scope of expertise and accordingly shall not be required to give an opinion in relation to such matters. Would you agree that in the light of this letter of appointment, they should not offer expert opinion on matters of criminal law or procedure?
Well, this letter of appointment is dated the 1st of July 2014.
Yes.
And that was close to the period at which this entire process broke down. I actually believe that accountants are pretty well able to deal with legal issues in the same way as lawyers are pretty well able to deal with accountancy issues. I suspect that this letter of appointment, I don't know whether Second Sight signed it or not. I don't know, I can't remember when I first saw it. It may have been in relation to giving evidence in this.
It is.
Oh, right, okay. I don't know whether Second Sight signed it.
I think they did.
They did?
I mean, you're right, Lord Arbuthnot, that perhaps oddly, at the beginning of the mediation process, there was no letter of appointment, and the Post Office raised the issue of a letter of appointment towards the end of the process, and this was it.
Oh, well. I bet this was draft. Yes, okay, right.
In any event, as to my earlier question, even accepting this, would you agree that any accepted limitation by Second Sight on their ability to offer an opinion on issues relating to criminal law and procedure should be a bar to them investigating cases that ended up in criminal proceedings or a conviction?
Certainly not. I mean, that would be an illogical sequence of events.
Thank you. That can come down. The Post Office prepared a briefing for responding to the Second Sight interim report of the 8th of July 2013. Can we look at that, please? FUJ 308-1852. And can we look, please, on page 9 at the bottom? Under Spot Review 5, remember that was mentioned earlier, the Rudkin basement issue. This spot review principally focuses on an assertion by Michael Rudkin that during a visit to Fujitsu site at Bracknell on Tuesday, the 19th of August 2008, he observed an individual based in the basement of the building who demonstrated the ability to access live branch data and directly adjust transactions on the system. Given the amount of time that's passed, neither the post office nor Fujitsu have any record of Mr. Rudkin attending the Bracknell site. Post office and Fujitsu have attempted to establish the Bracknell visitor logs for the day in question to verify Mr. Rudkin's attendance and his contact on the day. However, these records are not retained for as far back as 2008. Fujitsu have additionally made the effort to go through all email documents and archived information to hand, but do not have any information for Tuesday the 19th of August 2008 that would suggest they had visitors to the site. Further review into the post office work logs indicated that there were just 3 post office test managers present on site in Bracknell on the 19th of August 2008. None of them have any calendar records relating to a visit by Mr. Rudkin. It has, however, been determined that in August 2008, the basement of Fujitsu's building contained a Horizon test environment that would look very similar to a live Horizon environment. This environment was not physically or technologically connected to the live Horizon environment. It was therefore impossible for anyone in this room to have adjusted any live transaction records, though Mr. Rudkin may have witnessed some form of adjustment to the test environment. This separation of test and live environments is designed to guarantee the integrity of Horizon data. That can come down, thank you. Arising from the second site interim report and the post office's response to it, did you understand it then, that's July 2003, that 2013, that the post office was denying that remote access to Horizon accounts was possible?
Yes.
Prior to the publication of the interim report, did Second Sight tell you anything about remote access to Horizon accounts?
I can't remember exactly when I heard about this very odd business of Michael Rudkin visiting Fujitsu. But I do believe that Second Sight, whether it was Ron Warmington or Ian Henderson, told me that they were trying to get to the bottom of it, that they were trying to find evidence, and that without that evidence of emails or calendar entries or whatever, they would find it difficult to be absolutely definitive in their interim report about there being remote access to Horizon.
Did Second Sight ever tell you of a conversation that they said they had with Simon Baker of Post Office's IT department on the 22nd of May 2013, where, so say Second Sight, Simon Baker had said that Fujitsu had come clean about its ability remotely to access live data and to make changes to it?
It seems unlikely that they would have told me about that, because I'd have gone stomping all over the place if they had, I think. But I can't be absolutely sure.
And I think it follows that they, Second Sight, didn't tell you that Mr. Baker had, so said Second Sight, informed Alwyn Lyons and Susan Crichton of this.
I don't think they did.
Or of a conversation on the 22nd of May, of which a recording exists, 2013, where this issue was further discussed.
I don't think they did.
aside from those conversations between Second Sight and Post Office personnel, the inquiry has heard a lot of other evidence in relation to the remote access capabilities of Fujitsu, including evidence from John Simpkins, from Anne Chambers, from written policy documents setting out the extent to which there existed unrestricted and unaudited privileged access in some parts of Fujitsu to Horizon data. What would your view have been had this material been disclosed to you in mid-2013?
It would have been that there had been a large number of miscarriages of justice, that the convictions that had been secured by the Post Office were unsafe, and that most, if not all, of the Post Office's convictions of sub-postmasters should be re-examined in the forum probably of the Criminal Cases Review Commission.
You make the point in your witness statement that this, 8th of July 2013, was the very time at which the Post Office was probably commissioning advice from Simon Clarke, an employed barrister at Cartwright King,
Yes.
about the effect of the Second Sight report and indeed some other documents and information that he was passed on the evidence that Gareth Jenkins had given in a string of cases that had resulted in the conviction and in some cases imprisonment of sub-postmasters.
Yes.
Did you know that shortly after the publication of the Second Sight interim report that the Post Office was informed that witness, Mr. Jenkins, which it had used to provide evidence in a series of prosecutions, had failed to disclose to the court material which undermined the opinions that he gave?
No.
That the Post Office was advised that he hadn't complied with his duties to the court?
No.
That the Post Office was advised that his credibility as an expert witness was fatally undermined?
No.
And that the Post Office was advised that it itself had been in breach of its duties as a prosecutor, and that there were therefore a number of convicted sub-postmasters to whom disclosure should have been given but was not given?
No.
In all of the conversations that you had with the Post Office at this time, was there any mention of any of those facts and matters?
No.
Was there any hint that the Post Office was in receipt of any advice or direction which ought to cause them to examine the safety of previous convictions, their duties of disclosure, or the reference of any cases to the CCRC?
Quite the reverse.
What was the reverse that was being said?
We were being told that the Horizon system continued to be robust, that the convictions were safe, and that there was no remote access.
Was anything ever hinted at about the matters that I've mentioned in all of the meetings, conversations, letters, and email exchanges that you had with everyone at the Post Office, from Alice Perkins and Paula Venables downwards?
Not once.
Were there convicted sub-postmasters within the JFSA?
There were, yes.
Were there convicted sub-postmasters whom you were pressing the case for?
Yes. Joe Hamilton was one of them.
When was the first time that you learned that the Post Office had been informed of the facts and matters that I've mentioned?
I think it was the 18th of November 2020 when the Clarke advice came up in the Court of Appeals hearing to overturn convictions of 39 sub-postmasters.
So 7 and a bit years later.
Yes.
Can we turn to the mediation scheme, which is the second part of the
Yes.
second site story? And first dealing with the setting up of it. You tell us in paragraph 114 of your witness statement about a meeting concerning the setting up of what became the mediation scheme, and refer us to a minute from the post office of that meeting. Can we turn to that, please? Poll 309 9354. So I've rather blithely skipped over what we've just discussed, which was that the post office internally was being advised about breaches of duty, failures of candour, breaches of its own duty as a prosecutor, having an impact or possible impact on the safety of convictions, and none of that was revealed to you.
I did raise this with the Minister, Lord Callanan, on the 20th of November 2020. I was not blithe.
No. Then the worm had turned by November 2020.
Yes.
Would you expect to have been told something back in July 2013? Not necessarily of the detail of the legal advice that the post office was being given, but about the consequences of it.
Yes, but it's not just that I would expect to have been told something. It would have been essential for the sub-postmasters who had been convicted to be told something, because their convictions were potentially unsafe.
We're going to come in a moment to the setting up of the mediation scheme and the operation of the mediation scheme. In general terms, what did the post office do in relation to that group of people who were stood convicted of a criminal offence in the mediation scheme?
In general terms, they started by saying, yes, everybody can join the mediation scheme and we'll try and get to the bottom of their cases, which sounded to me to be very good. You can apply to the mediation scheme. We may need to involve the CCRC or the Criminal Cases Review Commission, but certainly you can apply. That was what they began by saying. But then later on, what they said was, if you've pleaded guilty or if you've been convicted, then you must go to the back of the queue. But in the final meeting at which the bust-up between the MPs and the post office took place on the 27th of November 2014, they said, well, we don't see why someone like Jo Hamilton should even be included in the mediation scheme. She pleaded guilty, so she's stuffed.
And if we just take this document down whilst we discuss that, please. What was your understanding throughout the mediation scheme until that point as to whether Jo Hamilton was somebody who should be able to benefit from it?
Well, it was perfectly obvious to me that the post office and I were agreeing that Jo Hamilton could be included in the mediation scheme.
What would you have done if at the beginning, which we're about to turn to, they'd said, no, people like Jo Hamilton can't be included?
Well, I wouldn't have agreed to it.
And why not?
because I believed from the beginning that Jo Hamilton had not committed the offences for which she'd pleaded guilty. And so clearly there needed to be a proper investigation, preferably with the help of Second Sight, but in any event with an independent element, into what had gone wrong in her case. And there were lots of other MPs who were very active and who had constituents in the same position. We wouldn't have agreed to a mediation scheme which excluded those who'd pleaded guilty or been found guilty in court.
Can we turn to the setting up then of the scheme and the document we were just looking at, poll 30099354. And if we can just scan through, this is essentially the meeting which led to the setting up of the mediation scheme. You'll see that the people present are Paula Venables, you, Ron Warmington, Ian Henderson, Susan Crichton, Mark Davis, and Alwyn Lyons. And we'll see that Ms. Venables welcomed everyone to the meetings, saying that they wanted to work collaboratively, respond to learnings, and put a process in place to move the cases forward. And then if you just scroll through that to yourself, and if we scroll down, please. And then over the page, please. Quite a lot of practical and technical detail there. And then carry on, please. Scrolling.
Can you stop there?
Yes.
At the top of the page, you see it was thought that Gareth Jenkins produced high quality and he may be able to help the process. It's an interesting point. Oh, well, sorry, carry on.
Yes, so this is, I think you're pointing out that this is 8 days after the Post Office had received an advice saying that he was discredited as a witness, couldn't be used ever in a future prosecution and have breached his duties to the court.
Yes. That's what I'm pointing out.
In this minute, is there any suggestion that any class of people would be excluded from the scheme as a whole?
No.
Or that they would have restricted rights within it?
No.
For example, that their case could not progress to mediation. And is that reflective of the fact that there was no such limitation?
There was no such limitation.
And at this stage, does it follow that you didn't understand that the Post Office saw any restriction in them entering or progressing through the scheme?
Absolutely.
Can we look, please, at poll 00146048? A letter to Mr. Bates of the 27th of August 2013 from Angela Vanden Bogard. We can see at the foot of the page. And then if we scroll up, this is a letter to Mr. Bates of the JFSA about the setting up of the scheme. Fourth paragraph, in collaboration with JFSA and a group of MPs, led by you, Post Office established an inquiry into Horizon. Second Sight was appointed to lead the inquiry. Interim report is copied in, or a link is given to it. Post Office now wishes to offer a scheme to sub-postmasters so that individual sub-postmasters have an opportunity to raise their concerns directly with the Post Office. In partnership with sub-postmasters of JFSA and Second Sight and interested MPs, all sides can then work towards resolving these concerns. Enclosed is a pack of documents describing how the scheme will work. I'm not going to go through all of those. Postmaster not obliged to submit her case to the scheme. Their legal rights will remain. And then a deadline of the 18th of November 2013. Any suggestion in that of exclusion of a whole class of people?
No.
Or that they would have restricted rights?
No.
We can look through the pack that was sent, but I don't think there's any suggestion in that pack that was sent alongside this letter of any such inclusion. Was any information fed to you from any other source at this time that a whole class of people would be cut out from the benefits of the scheme?
No.
You tell us in your witness statement, no need to turn it up, it's paragraph 120, that on the announcement of the mediation scheme, you did an interview outside Joe Hamilton's shop.
Yes.
In South Warnborough.
Yes.
And the thought that the post office might exclude Joe Hamilton from the scheme didn't cross your mind for a moment at that time?
No, it didn't.
You tell us in your statement that around this time you thought that the people you were dealing with in the post office were dealing with the matter in good faith.
Yes.
And intended to work towards a resolution of all of the outstanding cases.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Knowing what you know now, does that remain your view?
No.
And why not?
What I know now is that they had commissioned the clerk advice.
I'm so sorry, the document can come down from the screen.
Right. They had commissioned the clerk advice. They knew that the evidence that had given rise to a number of prosecutions had led to those prosecutions being unsafe. They knew that there were a large number of bugs in the system which they had not told MPs about. They were operating, I've never got to the bottom of Project Sparrow, but they were operating some sort of behind-the-scenes deception process, which suggests to me now that they were stringing MPs along in order to preserve the robustness of Horizon, the existence of Horizon, and possibly the existence of the post office. That's what I know now, but I didn't know that at the time.
If we can turn up page 66 of your witness statement, please. You say that I understand that during September 2013, Susan Crichton left the post office. I do not know why she left, but it may be important, because it was, I now see looking back on it, around this time that the post office's approach changed. Their change of attitude may have been because they had been expecting Second Sight, whom Susan Crichton had recommended, to give Horizon a clean bill of health, which Second Sight had not done. The post office clearly did not like that. 125. Alternatively or additionally, it may have been partly because Susan Crichton's replacement, Chris Oyard, brought a different tone to the post office's dealings. I cannot exactly put my finger on it. I felt uncomfortable with him and thought him uncommitted to the process we were going through. I cannot at this remove of time give details of what he said or did or in which meetings to give rise to that feeling. But I do remember thinking that things were somehow different, less open, more combative because of him. That can come down, thank you. You tell us in these paragraphs that the post office did not like it, that Second Sight had not given them a clean bill of health. How did they make that known to you?
Well, they portrayed Second Sight's interim report as giving Horizon a clean bill of health when clearly it hadn't. And that led me to think that they didn't like what Second Sight had said about Horizon. But it's really looking back on it that I think that they so objected to what Second Sight had said. And they obviously later objected to it a great deal more in view of what Second Sight said later.
You tell us that Mr. Oyard brought a different tone to the Post Office's dealings, that you can't put a finger on it, but things were less open and more combative because of him. Was that immediately after he took over as General Counsel?
No, I think it was a gradual impression that arose because the mediation scheme gave rise to what I or somebody else described as a legal battlefield, with him as the sort of general commanding that process. So I think it was gradual rather than immediate, because I take people as I find them, and I was prepared to give him the benefit of the doubt to start with.
Of course, at this time, September 2013, that's only 2 months or so after the provision of the Simon Clarke advice.
Yes.
You didn't know at the time that the Post Office had been told that some of its prosecution evidence was tainted.
No, I didn't.
And therefore some of its prosecutions may have been unsafe, or at least information needed to be disclosed to sub-postmasters for them to question that issue.
Yes, I didn't know that.
Are you able to point to any particular conversation or communication that led to the impression that the Post Office was becoming less open or more combative?
I can go through my witness statement to find some, but it was a gradual impression rather than this was the point. Although September 2013 seemed to be roughly the break point between when the Post Office was trying to get to the bottom of any issues with Horizon and believing that there weren't any, and the later period when they were trying to fail to answer Second Sight's questions, or fail to disclose documents to Second Sight, or fail to allow MPs any information about what was going on with their constituents. So this was roughly the break point.
At the time, did you draw any link between the extent to which that conduct may be because of knowledge that convictions may be unsafe?
No.
In any event, the mediation scheme gets set up and gets up and running.
Yes.
Sir Anthony Hooper is appointed as chairman of the mediation scheme, and you deal with the process by which he came to be identified and his appointment in detail in your witness statement, again exhibiting many documents, contemporaneous documents backing up what you say. Can I just pick out a couple of moments in the narrative, please?
Yep.
Firstly, you tell us about a meeting you held in your office with the Post Office on the 28th of January 2014, and there's a Post Office minute of that meeting. It's poll 302-6743. Can we see who is present? you, Alice Perkins, Paula Venables, Janet Walker, your Chief of Staff, and David Oliver. Just to refresh your memory, David Oliver was the Programme Manager for Project Sparrow. Did you know anything about Project Sparrow at the time?
No, I didn't. I still don't know much, if anything, about it because I haven't been into it, really.
I just want to ask you about a specific point that's recorded in these notes of this meeting on the 28th of January 2014. It's on page 3, please. Third paragraph, beginning at AP. AP said that the Post Office should have had a letter of engagement in place with Second Sight from the start, and that this, I should say the previous discussion was about getting a letter of engagement out, was now putting that issue right. You agreed that there should have been a letter in place. Paula Venables suggested that if Second Sight's nervousness was that the Post Office was trying to restrict them from raising issues, she could assure you that the engagement letter was not designed to restrict in any way Second Sight's ability to investigate issues with Horizon that were raised by applicants to the scheme. And then there's some more text about the drafting of the letter. Did that kind of communication in the course of the meeting, that there would be no restriction in any way on Second Sight's ability to investigate issues with Horizon that were raised by applicants of the scheme, contribute to your belief that there was no restriction, or no restriction was to be introduced on Second Sight's ability to investigate all and any issues with Horizon?
It did, except that she then went on to contradict herself. But yes, because from the start, Second Sight had been promised access to any documents that they, Second Sight, believed they needed, and we, the MPs, had been promised complete openness and transparency.
This is a point that you make in your witness statement on page 74, if we can turn that up, please. Sorry, just catching up. Page 74 at the foot of the page, please. At the last 3 lines, it seems from the note, that's the note I've just taken you to. It seems from the note that Paula Venables told me that Second Sight's engagement letter was not designed to restrict in any way Second Sight's ability to investigate issues with Horizon. Then over the page. This was not the first time she had promised access for Second Sight to any document or file that was relevant to their investigations. Did you have, as a result of things that Paula Venables had said to you, an expectation that there would be full openness and transparency?
Yes.
From the start of the mediation, did you believe that Second Sight would be given access to investigation files?
Yes.
Including if those investigation files were the very files which contained data, the analysis of data, and Post Office's views on such data that were relevant to the issues to be mediated?
Yes.
Was it right that at that point, full access and liberty to examine and investigate all issues were very important to you?
Yes.
Can we look just before lunch, please, at poll 0010 022. And this is an email from your Chief of Staff on the minute we've just looked at, i.e. asking for matters to be included or recorded within them. And having checked over the minute, Ms. Walker responds on your behalf by saying, with regard to the minutes, James thinks they're absolutely fine except for a few differences which he would like recorded. And then point 2, Paula Venables confirmed that if problems were found with Horizon, that Second Sight were at liberty to investigate. In other words, there were no no-go areas in the investigations. Firstly, was that said at the meeting?
I believe it probably was. And if I was saying that the minutes should be amended to include that, I think it almost certainly was.
And secondly, was it a matter of importance to you to establish that there were no no-go areas?
It was certainly a matter of importance, yes.
And why so?
Because if there had been any no-go areas, then the post office would be able to hide potential issues of miscarriages of justice.
Thank you very much, Lord Arbuthnot. Sir, it's 1 o'clock.
Indeed it is. What time do you want to restart, Mr. Beer?
Can we say 10 to 2, please, sir?
Yeah, by all means. That's acceptable to everyone in the hearing room, I take it, including the person who has the arduous job of transcribing.
Yes, she's just nodded very slightly.
Yes, I'm very sorry, but I take it we're under a little pressure of time today, Mr. Beer.
We are, so I plan to ask Lord Arbuthnot questions till approximately 2:30, and then to link in with Sir Anthony Hooper, who Mr. Blake is questioning.
Fine. All right. See you at 10 to 2.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can. Mr. Beer, before we start, for no more than probably some seconds, Sir Anthony Hooper was visible to me. I don't know whether he's visible in the hearing room anymore, but regardless of that, if he wants to listen to what's going on, there's no problem about that, clearly. I just wanted to check whether you could see him.
No, we can't, sir, and sorry to give you a fright.
No problem. Thank you.
Lord Arbuthnot, good afternoon.
Hello.
You deal in paragraph 143 onwards, which is on page 75 of your witness statement, right up until page 89, paragraph 184, of the events of February to early August 2014 in terms of the mediation scheme. Again, what you say is all cross-referenced to the contemporaneous material that you've exhibited, and I'm not going to ask you in detail about that period. Overall, is it fair to say that the breakdown in the relationship between the JFSA and MPs on the one hand and Post Office on the other, and the Post Office on the one hand and Second Sight on the other, began to emerge at that stage?
Yes, it is.
Can I turn to the time when Second Sight produced part 2 of its initial complaint review and mediation scheme briefing report? And that is the 21st of August 2014. And if it helps, can we turn up, please, paragraph 166 of your witness statement on page 90 on the screen, please?
Yes.
Page 90. And paragraph 166, about the report of the 21st of August 2014, you say, the report contains many points that were damning. Whether at the time I saw it, I recognised quite how damning they were, is less clear in my mind. There's no reference, for example, to the Post Office or Fujitsu being able to access Horizon remotely, something I remember being concerned about. But the question, quote, is Horizon fit for purpose, is answered by Second Sight's conclusion, no. Uppermost in my own mind was always the question, have the actions taken against these sub-postmasters, whether disciplinary, litigious or prosecutory, been fair, and are the results safe? The conclusion I would have drawn from the summary whenever I did see it was almost certainly not, and certainly not in every case. Can we look, please, at the report itself? Poll 303-0160. This is the report that you're talking about, the Part 2 Second Sight report. And I'm not going to go through it all. It's over 20 pages in length and it speaks for itself. Can I just look at one part, please? Page 22. Reading from the bottom, paragraph 22.1. Yes, that's it, thank you. The report deals with things under headings or themes, and there are headings of training, of contract issues, and this is dealing here with Post Office investigations. And Second Sight say, and to be clear, this is a report that goes to the Post Office, including to Paula Venables and the then chair of the Post Office, Alice Perkins. As a result of our investigations, we've established that Post Office's investigation team has in many cases failed to identify the underlying root cause of shortfalls prior to initiating civil recovery or criminal proceedings. This includes cases where applicants brought to the auditor's or investigator's attention their own suspicions as to the underlying root causes. Is that one of the paragraphs that you had in mind when you said that you would have drawn the conclusion, have the actions been taken against sub-postmasters, including litigious or prosecutorial, safe?
Yes, certainly it is.
Many applicants, it continues, and almost all the professional advisors assert there was inadequate investigation prior to suspension without pay, termination, or civil criminal action. Based on the cases examined so far, Post Office's investigators seem to have defaulted to seeking evidence that would support a charge of false accounting rather than carrying out an investigation into the root cause of any suspected problems. Evidence to support a charge of false accounting is often easily obtained, since when confronted during interview with evidence of obviously overstated cash figures, the accused person will often readily admit to falsifying the end of trading period accounts. And over the page. With the exception of an interview conducted in accordance with PACE, we note that the interviewee is not allowed to be legally represented, although they may be accompanied by a friend, albeit with very limited powers. Interviews will usually be recorded, and when an admission has been made, this will virtually always trigger a guilty plea by the defendant and often an associated repayment proposal. As a result, Post Office investigators seem to have found that recording admissions of false accounting was the key to achieving relatively rapid and, to the Post Office, inexpensive asset recovery. As a consequence of this, Post Office's investigators seem to have de-emphasised the importance of unearthing the true root cause of the mysterious shortfalls that applicants claim to have suffered. Even when faced with requests from sub-postmasters for investigative help, this has often been refused. Regrettably, this refusal to provide investigative support is in line with the standard contract. It's clear from comments made by applicants this is clearly contrary to their expectations and that they were unaware that under a part of the contract, the Post Office Investigation Division does not have a mandate to provide general investigative support to sub-postmasters. Post Office's instructions to and training of its investigators seems to have disregarded the possibility that the Horizon system could be in any way relevant to their investigations. A consequence of this flawed approach to investigations is that many opportunities for process improvements have been missed. And then last page. So I think that is the last page. Thank you very much. Is that the included in your description of the report containing many conclusions that were damning?
Yes, it was an asset recovery process rather than an application for justice.
You tell us in your witness statement that by this time you'd come to trust Ron Warmington and Ian Henderson.
Yes.
Your feeling about their approach was that they were straightforward, open, competent and experienced in the issues with which you were all dealing.
Yes.
You had by this stage abandoned your initial suspicion of at least Ron Warmington's past friendship with Susan Crichton.
Precisely.
And you say in your witness statement, at the same time the Post Office personnel with whom I was dealing had become defensive, legalistic and determined to keep from MPs information about which they had previously promised to be open. Where there was a dispute between Second Sight and the Post Office, I felt more inclined to favour Second Sight's version.
Yes.
Sorry, that can come down, thank you. Where you say that the Post Office personnel with whom you were dealing had become defensive, legalistic and determined to keep from MPs information, who are you referring to there?
Well, particularly Paula Vanel's. I can't remember precisely which meetings I had with Chris Ojard and Angela van den Bogaert, but those were the people with whom I dealt with most. Alice Perkins to a certain extent as well.
Can we go to page 92 of your witness statement, please? Paragraph 170. page 92, paragraph 170, and you, I'm not going to go to the letter because you summarise it here, that on the 5th of September 2014, Angela Vanden Bogard wrote to Second Sight, asking Second Sight to reconsider their recommendation that a particular case was suitable for mediation. The reason she gave boiled down to the fact the applicant had pleaded guilty in court for false accounting and theft, so there was no basis left for mediation. And then skipping on in the same paragraph, you say, if the same logic were applied to all of the cases where there had been guilty pleas, then the basis of the mediation scheme would have been fundamentally changed. Was this one of the aspects which led ultimately to the breakdown of the mediation scheme?
Yes.
Paragraph 171. You tell us it had always been obvious that the mediation scheme wouldn't have been able to alter convictions in court. In the question you'd asked in Parliament, if we go over the page, you said we must look after them and try and provide them with redress, perhaps through the CCRC.
Yes.
Is it right, therefore, that you saw the mediation scheme not as a means of overturning or even questioning, by the words used by Second Sight, convictions themselves, but providing an investigatory platform and uncovering material that might itself lead to a reference to the CCRC?
Quite. It would give rise to further processes overturning miscarriages of justice.
Thank you. You deal in your witness statement, again supported by the contemporaneous material, with the Post Office's response to Second Sight's second report. Can I just pick out some key passages, if I may? Paragraph 178 on page 95. The long and the short of it is summarised in paragraph 178. Post Office replied to the second report and said it was unable to endorse it.
Yes.
What did you think when the Post Office said that it was unable to endorse the report?
By this stage, I wasn't surprised because of the Post Office's defensiveness, secrecy, legalism, and the fact that it seemed to be blocking information to go to Second Sight. And the Part 2 report was not kind to the Post Office, and the Post Office was going to get even more defensive when it came out.
You tell us in the second part of paragraph 179, which is on the screen there, that when you saw the reply, you assumed from its tone that it had been drafted mainly by Chris Oyard, as it struck you as unconvincing, defensive, offhand, and designed to be obstructive.
Yes.
Why did you associate this reply with Mr. Oyard?
Because I considered him to be unconvincing, defensive, offhand, and obstructive.
This all culminated in a meeting in your office at Portcullis House on the 17th of November 2014. We can see that from paragraph 198 on page 103. You referred earlier today into a meeting in which I think you said the MPs let rip or some similar expression. Was this the meeting you were referring to?
It is.
Were there strongly expressed views by MPs at that meeting?
Very strongly expressed views.
To what effect?
To the effect that the MPs essentially broke off relations with the Post Office and said that the Post Office's behaviour had been such that we couldn't trust the Post Office anymore, and that we weren't prepared to take further part in the mediation scheme or negotiations with the Post Office.
We can see from 199, if we go over the page, please, your memory of the meeting, and you say you felt it was controlled on the Post Office side by Angela van den Boogaard and Chris Oyard. They said the Post Office should exclude altogether from the mediation scheme people who pleaded guilty. A different proposition from an earlier one that had been made of being put to the back of the queue. And you asked them how they thought you would have supported a scheme which excluded my constituent, Joe Hamilton, to which they had no answer. And for that, for you, that was the final straw. And you say Paula Vennell seemed almost cowed by their stronger personalities and said little. I told her she was breaking her word. I sensed, rightly or wrongly, that she felt ashamed, and the meeting broke up in acrimony. Does that accurately reflect what happened?
It does, yes.
Why did you think Angela van den Boogaard and Chris Oyard were seeking to resile on the promises, as you saw it, that had previously been given by Paula Vennells about which issues could be investigated and access to which documents would be given?
I thought at the time that they were worried that Second Sight was actually uncovering something really crucial about Horizon, that they were worried that Second Sight was getting too close to the truth, and that if they allowed Second Sight to go on uncovering these things, it posed an existential threat to the future of Horizon, and that in turn posed an existential threat to the future of the Post Office. That's what I thought they were doing, and I still think that that's what they were doing.
And so it was the conclusions that had been reached in this second Sight report that, in your view, were fundamental to a sea change or a step change in the Post Office's position?
Yes, although they'd begun before the second part of the Second Sight report came out.
In paragraph 201 of your statement, which is on at page 106, you say that shortly after that meeting, Paula Vennells wrote to you rejecting a proposition that there should be a presumption in favour of Second Sight's recommendation as to who should go forward for mediation.
Yes.
I think what you've been suggesting is that if Second Sight suggested that an individual case should go forward to mediation, then that case should presumptively go forward to mediation.
Yes, well, MPs, when we'd gone in for the mediation scheme in the first place, had expected that every case would go forward to mediation except for one or two outliers that might obviously have been a sub-postmaster trying it on.
Did you see anything controversial in a proposition that if an independent investigator recommended that a case should go to mediation, then the case should go to mediation?
Nothing controversial, not least since the independent investigator had been appointed and recommended by the Post Office itself.
Can we look at the Paula Vennells letter to you, poll 00101699? And this is her letter to you of the 28th of November 2014. She says, thank you for meeting in your office on the 17th of November. I'm setting out the Post Office's position on the proposition put forward that there should be a general presumption that the Post Office will agree, save in a few undefined exceptional cases, to mediate all cases where this is the recommendation of Second Sight, regardless of their merits and specific circumstances. Having considered the proposition carefully, and having discussed it as promised with my board, I've concluded I cannot agree to it. You tell us in your witness statement that this gave you a sleepless night or sleepless nights. Is that right?
Well, this is what it seems I told Alice Perkins, yes. But I think the sleepless night came from the breakdown of the whole process.
And so it wasn't specifically the rejection of this proposal. It was more that you could see that the writing was very clearly on the wall.
Yes.
Can we look at your reply then, please? Poll 00101700. This is your reply to Paul Vellons of the 8th of December 2014. It's a long and detailed letter. I only want to look at the conclusions, if I may, on page 3.
Yes, I'm sorry it's so long.
And if we scroll down, please. Under conclusions from paragraph 13 onwards, you begin a series of paragraphs in the same way, despite something. Despite the fact that Second Sight have identified the issues of investigations and contract giving rise to concern, ... the Post Office response to the 22nd of September stated, amongst other things, that contracts and Post Office investigations were outside of Second Sight's remit. Despite your agreement that the mediation scheme was to be available to all sub-postmasters whose cases had been identified by Second Sight as giving rise to concern, in recent months, Post Office has been objecting to around 90% of the cases going forward to mediation. Despite paragraph 15, your agreement to fund the engagement of professional advisors to support sub-postmasters in all relevant stages of the process, the Post Office is attempting, in the absence of representation by those professional advisors, to have 90% of cases excluded from mediation. Over the page. Despite your agreement that those who have pleaded guilty will be able to take advantage of the mediation scheme, Post Office has objected to cases going to mediation on the ground that the sub-postmasters pleaded guilty. You put forward these arguments in secret, and when MPs asked you in July how the mediation scheme was going, you pleaded in the interest of, quote, the integrity of the mediation scheme confidentially. Paragraph 18. Clearly, the Post Office is aware of the Limitation Act point set out above. It has enough lawyers. The Post Office could allay any suspicion that this was a factor in the way it has been behaving by agreeing that it will not take any time-barred limitation point in resisting legal claims. Will you agree to this? I think the answer came back no.
It did.
From Paul Vellons. You make the point in paragraph 20 you won't be standing at the next general election. And so some of the MPs have agreed that Kevin Jones would take over your role in the group. And you say at the end of paragraph 20, in any event, I couldn't continue negotiating with you because I've lost faith in the Post Office Board's commitment to a fair resolution of this issue, and I shall be pursuing the need for justice in other ways. I think you made a press release on that day as well.
I think I did.
Poll 00101690. And under the heading MPs lose faith in Post Office mediation scheme, you're reported in the second paragraph as saying the scheme was set up to help our constituents seek redress and maintain the Post Office's good reputation. It's doing neither. It's ended up mired in legal wrangling, with the Post Office objecting to most of the cases, even going into the mediation that the scheme was designed to provide. I can no longer give it my support. I shall now be pursuing justice for sub-postmasters in other ways.
Yes.
Under that letter, the conclusions of the letter that you wrote, and that part of the press release that I've read to you, mark the withdrawal on your side of the equation from MP's engagement with the Post Office and its mediation scheme.
Yes.
Can I turn to the termination of the scheme by the Post Office and look at page 137 of your witness statement? Page 137. You say that on the 10th of March 2015 you heard via a Post Office press release that the Post Office had sacked Second Sight and disbanded Sir Anthony Hooper's independent working group. You thought there was a strong risk that the Post Office would try to suppress the briefing report that we've just read. So you wrote a letter to Paula Venables making a Freedom of Information Act request. Is it right that they replied to the Freedom of Information Act request saying it was exempt from disclosure, but they were voluntarily going to give you a copy anyway?
Yes.
But why did you think that the Post Office would try to suppress the report?
I thought they'd tried to suppress so much else that I couldn't trust them to release that.
Thank you, that can come down. Now, although there was some desultory correspondence after this, I think the next major event, and for you personally it was a significant one, was the dissolution of Parliament on the 30th of March 2015 and your cessation on that day as an MP.
Yes.
After that time, is it fair to say that your role in the investigation of Horizon and the Post Office's conduct changed?
Yes, it is. I was no longer an MP, and I was just sort of getting involved where I could, but that wasn't in many areas because of the group litigation.
You were ennobled in October 2015.
Yes.
And I think maybe you're downplaying a little bit your involvement after that time. You address in the balance of your witness statement a range of issues that you did have involvement in the 8 years since then.
Yes.
They include, I'm just going to list them, the SWIFT review, paragraphs 277 to 279 of your witness statement, your involvement in and commentary on the group litigation, paragraphs 280 to 308, the emergence of the Clark advice and what you did when the Clark advice did emerge in November 2020, and you've told us immediately, you told us earlier that immediately you wrote to Lord Callanan, you wrote to the Speaker, and you wrote to the Lord Speaker. And you give commentary on the governance of Post Office Limited, governance by the government in terms of its management and oversight of the company that it owns, and the approach that ought to be taken by government to a body which is said to enjoy an arm's length relationship with the government.
Yes.
And you address finally your position on the board of the Horizon Compensation Advisory Board.
Yes.
And its efforts to secure redress.
Yes.
I've galloped through those last topics, which cover a period of nearly 8 years, at some pace. Lord Arbuthnot, is there anything else that you wish to say at this point concerning what has been described as a national scandal?
I think that with the help of this inquiry, we are moving belatedly to the right place. And so I'd like to say thank you.
So from my perspective, they're the only questions that I have for Lord Arbuthnot. There are no questions from court participants.
Right. Well, first of all, Lord Arbuthnot, I assume that there may be persons in the room who would like to give you the same sort of appreciation that I precluded them from doing yesterday in the case of this debate. So I'm going to ask them to show similar restraint today, but that does not mean that I cannot thank you profusely for the efforts you have put in, and in particular, your support for this inquiry, because it should be known that you were one of the first people to engage with the non-statutory review, which was not welcomed by many people, but you thought it appropriate to give it what assistance you could. So throughout my involvement in this process, I have had nothing but help from you, for which I thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
So thank you. That's the end of Lord Arbuthnot's evidence. We're going to try something that we haven't done before, which is if I can ask for one of the ushers to escort Lord Arbuthnot from the room and switch remotely to Sir Anthony Hooper.
He's not far away, as I understand it.
I don't know whether that's true or not.
You don't know where he is, in other words.
No, partly because it's all Mr. Blake's area of responsibility.
Right.
If we can just keep everyone seated in the room for a moment, there's about a 5-minute turnaround to get the screen installed. But we're doing it this way because there's no point in taking our extended break now, having only sat for 35 minutes.
Sure.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
I should have said sir and sir. Thank you, sir. This afternoon's witness is Sir Anthony Hooper. You have granted Sir Anthony permission to appear remotely from outside of this country.
Yes, and I facetiously said to Mr. Beer that Sir Anthony was not too far away, when of course I meant the opposite. He's quite far away.
He is indeed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sir Anthony. I'm the usher and I'm going to take you through the affirmation. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Thank you. Please can you repeat after me? I do solemnly,
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Anthony. You should have in front of you on a screen or beside you a witness statement that has the unique reference number WITN 004300100. That is dated the 8th of March of this year, is that correct?
Yes, I have it before me.
Thank you very much. Could I ask you to turn to the 5th page where there is a statement of truth?
Yes,
Can you confirm that that is your signature?
yes,
And can you also confirm that that statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes. Subject to 2 small corrections.
Thank you very much. Shall we make those corrections now? Where are the corrections in your statement?
Paragraph 7.
Yes.
In the 3rd line from the bottom, I wrote the figure 25. Since I wrote that statement, I've seen evidence which suggests that the figure should be 15.
Thank you very much.
In the last sentence, I say that I thought that none of the mediations had been successful. That is true. That is what I thought. But I have again seen recently documentary evidence which suggests that some had been successful. If so, I knew nothing about it.
Thank you very much. That statement will be published on the inquiry's website in due course and forms part of the inquiry's evidence. I'm going to ask you some supplementary questions this afternoon. You'll be well known to the lawyers in this room as a former Court of Appeal judge. You also sat as part of that role in the Court of Appeal Criminal Division. Is that correct?
Yes, for 7 or 8 years. For the whole of my career as a High Court judge and as a Court of Appeal judge.
Thank you. You were a High Court judge before you moved to the Court of Appeal, hearing both criminal and civil proceedings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And before that, you were a practicing barrister.
Yes.
You retired from the bench in 2012 after nearly 20 years on the bench.
Yes.
And now, amongst other things, you are the Deputy Chairman of the Ethics Council of Ukraine.
I am.
I'm going to begin by looking at a document that predates your appointment. Can we please look at poll 001588062, please? This is an email chain of the 6th of September 2013. And if we scroll down to the bottom of this page, we have an email exchange between Paula Venables and the company secretary, Alwyn Lyons. And we see there in the 3rd paragraph, it says, Kay Linnell suggested Anthony Hooper. He does know and is interested in being considered, although we do not know how much he would cost. Do you recall being proposed for the role that you subsequently took up by Kay Linnell of the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance?
Yes.
And do you recall how it is that you came to be proposed in that way?
I think I remember that Kay Linnell and I were on a professional body together, and I think we discussed it.
Thank you very much. And if we scroll up to the top, we have the response from Paula Vanels. And she says, really helpful. From what I've heard about Hooper, he sounds a good prospect, especially in view of who nominated him, provided we can be reassured that he will be even-handed because of that nomination provenance. If we look at the bottom email, please, if we could scroll down to the bottom of the page and over to the next page. We're here in 6th of September 2013. Over the page, please. There's one other paragraph that I'd like to draw to your attention, and that's the penultimate paragraph. Alwyn Lyons says to Paula Vanels, I know Susan, I think that's Susan Crichton, the General Counsel, thinks we've made a reasonable start, but that the wrong chair in the eyes of the JFSA, or JA must be James Arbuthnot, would take us backwards. And if we're going to transition Second Sight out of the equation, a chair who is strong and will take a decision based on facts, whether it will be in Pol's favour or not, will be a great asset. Just looking at that paragraph, were you aware when you started or when you were approached for the position about the thinking regarding Second Sight and the possibility that they might be transitioned out of the equation?
Not at all.
Would that in any way have affected the approach that you took to the role?
No, it would have made the whole mediation process undoable, if I can use that word.
And why was that?
Well, they were a central part of the process.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the terms of reference for the working group that you chaired. Can we look at poll 000222307, please? Thank you. So these are the terms of reference for the working group. Very briefly, can you just introduce the working group to the inquiry and just tell us what its purpose was?
Well, background, of course, was the Second Sight report and earlier investigations. And if you look not at this document, but the other document which emanated from the post office, they were saying that they believed the Horizon system to be robust, but they were prepared to hear from, through this scheme, from submasters who took the view that it was not robust. It had serious failings. So it was a scheme designed to see whether or not the complaints from many post office SPMs about the workings of Horizon were substantiated or not.
And how would that relate to, for example, mediation?
Well, I think that was the second part of it, is that I think the post office said, at least, that they wish to settle or might wish to settle some of the claims. So having gone through the procedure of the scheme, then there was an opportunity to mediate. I mean, if I can deal with it very, very briefly, we had about 150 applications. The applicants completed what was called a case questionnaire. That was looked at by Second Sight to see whether or not it contained sufficient information for an investigation, and that sometimes was sent back. That was often prepared by legal advisors who received some funding for that from the post office. If Second Sight were happy with the case questionnaire, we admitted them into the scheme. That was followed by the post office carrying out an investigation and producing a report. That report then went to us and to me and to the members, but to Second Sight. And Second Sight then prepared what was ultimately to be called a CRR, a case final, a case report. I can deal with the problems later, but that was the scheme. and then there would be a decision as to whether to mediate. The second side would give its view as to whether this was suitable for mediation, and then there would be a vote on it. And there were only two members of the scheme, namely the Post Office and the JFSA, in the form of Mr. Alan Bates. And so if the two of them couldn't agree, I had the deciding vote. But we can look at that if you wish to do so, the whole problem of the mediation.
That's a very helpful introduction, and in light of that, we can skip through this terms of reference quite quickly. We have on our screens at the moment paragraphs 1 and 2, which sets out the scope and the members. If we scroll down the page, please, we have the objectives of the overall scheme. And then over the page, we have the role of the working group. At the bottom, we have you named as the independent chair. And then over the page, please, as you've just said, paragraph 7 sets out the decision-making process where members shall attempt to agree all decisions unanimously, but if a decision can't be reached, then it goes to a vote, and you had the casting vote in the event of disagreement. There's one paragraph that I would like to ask you about in respect of the terms of reference, and that's paragraph 2.4, which appears on the first page. It says at 2.4, in conducting working group business, Post Office may act in a manner that promotes its own interests. Likewise, JFSA may act in a manner that promotes the interests of applicants. Are you able to assist us with how you understood that provision?
I don't think I ever did understand it.
Did you understand the process to be an adversarial process, a cooperative process, or something else, in theory?
In theory, a cooperative process.
So paragraph 2.4 wasn't intended to set up some sort of adversarial process with each side pursuing their own interests?
No. I can't. It may have been explained to me at some stage why it was there, but I have no recollection now why it was there. And reading it, it doesn't make much sense to me. It's pretty obvious that the Post Office are going to look after its own interests, and the JFSA would do likewise.
We started today in September 2013 when your name was first mentioned. These terms of reference, we'll see, were finalised in March 2014. In between your appointment and the finalisation of these terms of reference, what was your initial work? What did that involve?
I don't think my work ever changed. I didn't know that I had forgotten that these were much later, but the way I ran the scheme as the chairman was exactly as I have described, and we started working as soon as we got going in October 2013, November.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take you to an email exchange in January 2014, so relatively early on in the scheme. Can we look at poll 00301-427, please? This is a discussion between lawyers at Cartwright King and Bond Dickinson. Could we please start by looking at page 4 and over to 5. It's the 16th of January 2014. This is a discussion between Harry Bowyer at Cartwright King and Andrew Parsons at Bond Dickinson, and they're referring to various case studies. If we scroll down the page, we can see the beginning of the chain actually starts with an email between Andrew Parsons and Martin Smith. Sorry, thank you very much. And it seems as though they're preparing case summaries for you already in January 2014. What was the purpose of those case summaries?
I think these are quite outside the scheme, if I'm right in remembering. And please, I remind you that this happened a long time ago. As I remember, there were about 4 cases in which the which were had gone past the charge stage and were to go to trial. And I obviously was concerned, not really in my position as a chairman, but simply as someone who wanted to make sure that there were no wrongful convictions. So I think I asked to look at the case summary, and I think I suggested that I would hope that these 4 cases would be dropped. That's my memory.
Thank you very much. Could we scroll up, please? And that is consistent with this email that's currently on screen, where Andrew Parsons